Why, hello there. Ah, I've begun blurry. It's a good start to the day. Let's make sure things are working real quick, and then we'll fix that. That's good. That seems to be good. You also seem to be good. All right, let's fix you. I had to get up and grab my hoodie. It's a little bit chilly this morning. Not like super. It's just a hair off of comfy. You... Oh, you have decided to behave yourself. Okay. Nope. Nope, you decided to freeze. Okay. Cool. Love that. I didn't even change anything in there. Love that. There we go. I keep forgetting to look at that. I should write it down. I got other things I would rather do. We'll just live with it for a little bit longer and complain. Okay, so we need this to go away. Need this to start. Adjust that a little. All right. So where was we? We was doing stuff and things. Let's get this running. I'm sure it's not in my cache, so it'll take a second. You need to look and see. Oh, it is. It is in the cache. I built too fast to not be. We were thinking about whether or not we wanted to implement this expanding. It's technically a new feature. And these guys are different. They're different connections because we support asymmetric connections. Do we want to support expanding them again? We won't get... So, like, if we were here... Let's open this beverage. If we were here, and we were to open, east, and they come over here, west would not be open. We could figure that out, but there's no guarantee you actually want to. Because we could get the connection, figure out who else, get the vector or something. I think we could do it. Do we want to do that work? I don't know that we do. I don't know that it's going to give us really any value. I think I want to use this, get to that stage before I make a call. So, when we init this, we just don't even need this anymore, I don't think. We're going to take that out. We're going to take that out. And, there's a cardinal out there. He is extremely red. Oh, and a blue jay. Well, there's all kinds of critters outside today. There's colorful things off my peripheral. Are we going to break anything by taking this out? I don't think so, because that was unused. We took you out of... Yeah, nothing in there. We took you out of the build, because that was breaking things. So I think we're going to leave it. I want to use it before I decide if I want to invest more time and effort in that. To see if it even becomes something that bothers me. Just send this right quick. I was checking in with an old friend I used to work with. See how he's doing. Also, been laid off because of all the nonsense. Okay, so we got that. What else do we need to do? We need to pull up our project here. Shut up. I don't care about your new thing. Okay, so form validations we've fixed. We need, well, let's go triple check everything here. That, okay. We allow descriptions to be blank, so that's fine. That good. That good. That good. Connections. Good. 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 Excellent. Those we don't really validate. So that's good. Over here. That's good. That's good. That's good. These don't have a validator. Let's make sure the room bits and pieces. That doesn't have a... That won't control Z. It's interesting. Maybe we'll take a quick peek at that. Might be something we can fix up real quick, but everything else seems to be okay in there. Not you. We can just close that. Ooh, actually, hang on. Yes, okay, perfect. We did put that in there correctly. Status effects. Good. Also missing a control Z. That one isn't, though, which is odd. Huh. Okay. None of these... Actually, yeah, no. This does have valid unit. Updates. Valid duration. May not be empty. Has a default. May not be empty. Perfect. Okay. And the skills and attributes. Name is also missing a control Z there. Very strange that all the name fields are missing it. We'll have to take a look. Okay. Seems like we're all right. Okay. All right. We're good. Let's take a look at this name thing really quick. Just, that's so weird that they're all... They all lack a Control Z. See here, UUID description. Do 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 do. The description field. Where's name? Where has name gone? Room data form. Oh, because room data form doesn't have a name. But the top field in you. Rooms don't have names. They have descriptions. And this one has. Okay, interesting. And you're just the wrapper widget for the styling and the all that. Do forms exhibit this behavior? I don't think they did. No. So it's only connection forms and other friends. This is the view. It's going to be you. Origin, destination, intermessage. Wait. Am I losing my mind? You're not a name. You're an intermessage? No. You have. What was it that... There was something on this screen that was missing, and I swear. On close, we need to clear everything. Let's fix that really quick while we're here. We just found another bug. That's going to be in the map editor? No, map pane, I think. Close map. Oh, no, it's up here. No. No, because the button is in map pane. I'm 99% sure. Well, we can actually set it here. So we can let this drive that. Okay, yeah. Let's do that. Templates is fine to stay doing whatever you were doing with them, I think. That's really not map dependent. So let's just do that. Clear map or clear selected tile when we close a map. And then let's go hunt down. That should also clear unsaved changes. But that is tied to the parent state, or the app-wide state. Set unsafe changes. So we need to also clear that. Clear the selected tile. Set unsafe tile changes to false. Okay, so if we happen to monkey around with something, we need to, yeah, no, that's fine, because that's cleared. Status effect. Okay, so we don't have that popping up anymore. But we also need to make sure that if I did apply that, yeah, we're good there. Okay, perfect. Clear the map changes variable and global state on map close. We can push this as we kind of roll through. Okay. Okay, so now you have a control C. Okay, I'm either completely insane or it's just messing with me. It's gone. Okay. And if I out and back in, it works. Okay. So something isn't right. And I bet you the same is true. We go back to map editor. It was the first field, right? Okay, you work. If I close you and relaunch you, and I come in here, no worky. Okay. You work after a reset. But it's only the first field? If I was to change you first, you still have your undo. Or you do initially. But you did too there. Okay, so one of these things is not like the other. That's the main answer here, or the main problem here. Is it a call to validator? Does validator in some way, shape, or form save the form state? With the data in it, and that allows the undo to work? So if we do you first, no. you do have your undo. But if we come in here, we delete you first. Now you have it. Perplexed. Can we more reliably reproduce this elsewhere, perhaps? Okay. You're there. I'm going to leave it. It's possible that it's like a debug issue. And things just weren't like happening fast enough, maybe? I'm not sure I buy that. Seems a little sus. Think here. I'm going to leave it until we can reproduce it for sure regularly. Let it cook a little bit. Figure out. We can find a reason as we go. I don't know why it would be intermittent like that. I can't think of a good reason for it to be. Or why it would be just one field and not the others, right? We'll keep an eye on it. That's what we're going to do. All right. Let's look at our project again. I've gotten squirreled. There was something else I was looking at. No, we fixed them. Okay. That's a server change. We'll probably have to come back to that. Malformed UUIDs in addition to null and missing. We do need to do that. Because we're working with text files here that could have been changed anywhere. So we need to expand testing just a little bit. Or to at least check and make sure. So let's go on Marshall. No UUID, empty UUID. We'll copy the good one here, or what's the expected behavior, I guess, is the question I need to answer. In the case of an empty one, we just leave it empty. Why do I do these? Why wouldn't I do these? Testing is important. So in the case of none, we just expect a null UUID, and the UI is going to have to help us fix it. But we don't allow them to be modified in the UI. So we would need to do something about that. Important for what purpose? I'm a bit new to it because tests let you know that your code is behaving as you expect it to. So we might need to change this later to support better fixing things in the UI. But for now, we're going to follow the same behavior, I think. And just say that we display it as a null in the UI. So we're just going to make you invalid. We read that. We expect you to come out null. Is that how you work? It is how you work. Okay, but now we have test coverage, so if that changes in the future, we know. So if we were to come and look at our attribute controller test, load items for file, write items to file, probably okay to not double test this one. That seems okay to me. We know how it unmarshals. I think that'll be all right. And if we were, let's tidy this up. We got too many things open for what we're doing right now. If we were to look at the actual attribute stuff, skills and attributes, the controller. New object creates it from string. Load item just works on it. That's fine. And if we were to look at the model, so if here we were to change this behavior, for example, and we were to say if this is invalid, it doesn't unmarshal correctly, I could do still from string, but it'd be what is the, it's this, it's that. So I could say that I create a new one if it's invalid, right? My test will now fail because it's not going to be this behavior I expected, and anything that was relying on this to be null to make any decisions will be broken, right? That's why we test. So if I come in to change this later, I know that I'm changing something. I'm changing a behavior I relied on. I tested it. Or if this was to, in some way, shape, or form, change, and I don't know, the API changed, right? We would know that something had changed and our behavior had changed. And we need to go evaluate that and see if that's still okay or not, or if that's going to break our program later on. All right, that is done. add invalid UUID test to attribute model. We need to go. We're done with that for right meow. Really, we only need to be looking around in tests here. Connection template. Let's close the things we're not working on. We have too many things open still. Unmarshal, null DC, no UUID, empty. So we'll do the same thing we did over there. Oop. Invalid UUID. Template ID. We make you invalid. We expect the result UUID to be null. There we go. Perfect. I don't really need to break these up, but I'm going to. Because we already did. Okay, that's fine. You don't have an ID. You have a skill ID. We test empty. We should test invalids in here too. And in the case of an empty or no, we expect a null. So we're going to just, again, pattern off of that. Invalid skill ID, we'll call it. Like so. Add invalid test to DC model. Like so. Maps, map model. We should have. Maps don't have an ID yet. Tiles have. Oh, we do test malformed UUID. We do have. Do you have IDs? We do. Okay, yes. I added UUIDs to you. That's right. Because we're going to need them shortly when we start talking about multiple maps. Room templates. You test no UUID, you test empty, you don't test invalid. Let's fix that. We expect your ID to be null here as well. Good. Valid UID test to room template. Created connection template, right? Yes, okay. We need to also do it to malformed UUIDs in map model. We need to do it to the actual room model. Unmarshal from JSON, no UUID, empty UUID. We didn't do malformed. We expect you to be null in the case of empty, so we'll pattern off of that. Why don't you... Oh, I clicked the wrong one. That's why you don't expand. Or collapse. Like so. Just collapse these really quick. Tidy. Right here, when we're still testing ID things. Malformed UUID. Expect you to be null. Actually, I should run that first, just to be 100% sure. Task 2 room model. We need to do connection model as well here. Unless it's already in. It is, okay. Connection model was in, map was in, room model was not. We added it. Map is in. Room template we did, right? Yes. Skill model. We need to do a couple. Different ones here because we need to do the UUID of the skill itself, but also the base attribute malformed. So you we expect you to be null. And then we do the same thing here where we just expect null for base attribute ID. Malformed base attribute UUID. U we call foo. We expect a null. Okay. Add invalid UUID and base skill UUID test 2. This is the skill model. Just push what we got so far while we're here. I guess we could have waited. That's fine. Status effects. Let's see what we got in here. A bunch of parse duration stuff. I'm just going to ignore that it's not collapsed. Empty UUID, no durations. Null property to modify. Did I not do... This one is technically the happy path. Okay, so that's fine. I should put you up one. Formed UUID. We'll keep you up here with the rest of the UUID testing, just to kind of visually organize things a little bit. Fool, we expect here a null on that one. And then the null property to modify ID field. So we didn't do an empty. Which should behave exactly the same way. But again, we're just making sure we don't muck up things in the future. So that should behave the same. And we expect a null there. And we need actually probably you. And then this is for malformed property to modify ID field. And we come in here, replace you. We expect you to be null because you don't unmarshal correctly. Okay. These should all pass. And they do. Perfect. So we add invalid UUID and property to modify UUID test 2. Status effect model. Also add empty property to modify ID test. Okay. Easy enough. Relatively painless. Boop. Good there. This is a change that spans both server and the editor. We'll change that later. Same. Skills and attributes label doesn't fit inside its button. Figure that out. I think that's old, but let's just double check. Main page, skills and attributes. Yeah, this was old. Unless it happened to be... Yeah, no, we're good. That was from the old editor. So this can just be deleted. Special entry message is still getting error enters attached to the string. That's going to be a problem for the server. So I think we're done with the rewrite of the editor, finally, at long last. Let me go make sure that we take out do I want to run you just to be sure? No, because the data files would have changed and it's just going to be a pain to verify. I'm just going to YOLO it. And if we forgot something, we forgot something and we'll fix it later. Delete editor old. Deleted, yes. Remove old editor code. What a wonderful day. All right. Rebuild editor in Flutter complete. Let's go mergeify this. Just got to find the right tab. I had too many open, and I don't think I have this one open anymore. Okay, that's fine. Bum, 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 bum. You open. Get up here. Time for a PR. Alrighty then. That's a lot of changes. Merch. Ball-eated. And then let me go back to just code so we get rid of that. Okay. Bum. It's not branches, it's just branch. Yes, okay. Clean and new and ready to go to the next thing. Which is going to require hopping between some stuff here. Need you to not be in this thing that I was just messing around with. What? This one, please. There we go. IDE error occurred. Clear that. Thank you. Got some plugins that need updating. And then it's going to make me restart. That's fine. Okay, there was something we did. What was it? We changed something. It wasn't. Let me open, because I want to make sure that I took care of that before we go on to something new really quick. There was something we changed that was kind of minor, but I was just like, I'm just gonna break it now and fix it later. We need to get side by side the test map and the real map that the server loads, because we got two of them, right? Meow. Server game map. Nope, that's the config maps editor test map. Was it just the path? Maybe it was just the path. Because editor test map is there and map JSON is here. And I should be able to... These will have... These are going to have more differences than I want. I also don't seem to have... I thought the plugin for JSON allowed me to compare to diff files in the editor. Am I losing my mind? I think it's kind of a moot point because we reordered things because they were just kind of whatever before. But no, I didn't mean Golang. I meant Goland. Yeah, jerks. Files, folders, and text sources. Yes. Diff viewer, yes. Why don't you just tell me how to do it? Because it seems to have changed. Project tool window. Select files you want. Tools. Project tool window. They're saying Alt 1. Is that a different window? Or do they have to be... Okay. Whoop, that closed it. Oh, this is IntelliJ. And this is only pointed at this folder because Dart gets cranky. So I would need to do config maps you and you like so, and then compare files. There we go. Verbose description, connection, description, location, UUID. Those fields got the same names. We're good there. I need to go down. This diff is going to kind of suck to read. Need to make sure that enter right here. This has changed. We need to fix that. I thought there was something. What are you? Are you important? Let's find out if you're important. You're kind of important. Hang on 1 second. Handled. Okay. Because we had a typo where this got that. So we need to fix that first and foremost. Because that's the server config. And we need to change the location. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to say fix server map file parsing and location. Let's just say get that pushed up. New branch created for this work. Don't need that anymore. That's fine. We don't need that. We don't need this right now. I don't think we need these right now. Let's just kind of minimize what we got open here. Close everything, actually. So tiles, that's fine. Game map. Is it map? Where we do the parsing? Map config file. Load map. Load map. Map config, tiles, connections, tile config. It's in, it's a connection. Transit, exit. We'll also need to fix the, actually this might have it too. So we need to look for transit dash exit. We don't have you in here. Okay, good. Exit, right? Yes. And config manager, where did we test you? Map test. Transit exit. Really, we don't have you anywhere? We traded everything. Okay. Duplicate code? Well, your test code, and that's fine. It's because we build it and we marshal it instead of having text. I'm okay with that being duplicated. It's in a test. The reason it has their own setup is so that we can manipulate it. I think we load the test map config. We build the config here. And then in main, we marshal and write you. I'm going to leave it for now. It might be more correct to actually just load a map from strings and parse that, which is what we've done in the editor. I'm gonna leave it for now though. It may not be a problem. Okay, so when we do the actual loading here, we have a config that tells us where to look. Map config directory right here. You get used probably in main. You do. Map config. Server config. So it's actually here. Config directory, but map config file. when we build our map config directory, if you're empty, we set you to the config directory. Otherwise, does the... There's a path.join, I think. Path package. That just cleans up extra slashes and things. Okay. Join. Result is cleaned. I don't think this deduplicates. But thinking about how you want to consume this, if you haven't changed the config directory or the map config file, and this may need to be changed too, but the least surprising, I think, answer is we do this config directory, and for now, just be maps. You can do that. So that it automatically points it there if you haven't told us elsewhere. And I think this is going to have to change a little bit because we're going to have to add multiple maps, but that's for later. So now we have a config directory, we have a config file. That should be set in here or in here. Server config file name, config directory, map config folder. Map config. Where is the file name set? It's in the config. It has to be in here. I'm just overlooking it. Map config. Oh, it's already in here. Okay. We don't override. Perfect. So that should be fine. We just need to take this map file, put it in here like so. And everything should now just work. But we need to go in here. Ooh, you know what? I think I updated my Mongo container and it's not running right now either. We need to start that. Can I run you? There we go. And it didn't time out. Perfect. Let's actually, because I checked my old container. Oop. Let's go. Yeah. Not go. Flutter. Run. On Linux. Okay. We'll need to create a new account because I threw everything away because it was just test stuff anyway. My username is foo. Oop. Invalid command. What? Oh, message type client create. Clearly I broke some stuff. I want to fix that eventually too. That's kind of ugly. Let's see here. So we need to go in and double check. Well, we know that it loaded the map successfully. We're gonna have to fix that, but we want to do this in another branch. What we're gonna do is we're gonna run test and make sure we didn't break anything, and we're good. Okay. I need to no, I don't need to race test. We've been running race tests thus far. We didn't change anything but the file path, so we'd be all right. I'll do it anyway though, just to be sure, because I don't have anything running all my tests yet. I need to get on that. It's on the to-do list. I've got a lot of the pieces in place that I need to do that, but I just haven't done it yet. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, perfect. Oh, client updated. Shared config manager map go. So let's do this. You will update you later. We do need to go update that just as we're going. Okay. And then this does need to get updated because that's the config, which lives in the shared package, which actually doesn't need to live there anymore. That's a task for another day. That can get moved to internal because we no longer share it with the editor or the client or anything else. Update, exit. What were you? Oh, I need to fix this too. Ooh, okay. So there's a problem. This wouldn't have had exits correctly. Okay, that's fine. We can still do a commit here. Update transit exit key in config file. Update the config loader and set to accordingly. Change map file location. So we can do that, but it's a good thing we noticed this problem, because it will be a problem. When we go and load our config, it'll be in tile config. But we need to go to where we load it up, load map. Connection. It's going to be in here. There has been a thing added to go since this was written, I believe. You, right here. There is... So we need to create a new decoder. Disallow unknown fields. I think I'm trying to remember the syntax for this, because this guy's using different. So he's using a new decoder. I don't want to write a decoder. I just want to set. And if I... Oh no, it's an interface. See if I can find the better syntax, because I'm pretty sure it exists. But some Golang docs here for me. JSON. Decoder. New decoder. So we would have to do, disallow unknown fields. So we'd have to go and get file data, which returns us a byte array. Is that acceptable? I think it might be. I'm trying to remember. My Go was rusty after so much time in Dart. So we would have to do... Call you decoder. New decoder. file data. Type IO a reader. So we'd have to your reader U, right? Yes. And then where did that go? New decoder. Decode. Disallow unknown fields. We call U. And then this decode into, oops. Brain and fingers are disconnected today. We'd have to do that. So this should now fail. But tests don't cover it. All right, you can be in Surfer. This should fail. Error loading map from file. This thinking if there's really any value in adding a test for this case, because I mean it's gonna puke if you malform a file and put a field in there. We could do config manager test. Map test is where it would be. We could do missing UUIDs, load map, unknown fields, but you use load map. We don't have any control over our inputs. And load map takes file path string, pulls it out of there. So this is kind of an argument for doing a better job of testing this. But I have to balance the consumption of the API with the testability of the API, right? So load map is nice in that it just takes the file path and spits you out an answer. Like we could split out some internal functions, but we already have reconfig file data. Which IDE am I using? Goland. I could pull out an internal. Function and wrap this in it. which would make it more testable. Other thing I could do is just write. Subscribe to you, by the way. Hey, appreciate it. Appreciate that a great deal. Yeah, that's probably what I want to do. Kind of sucks, but, you know. Let's see here. What do I need for this? I think... nothing, really. Just a byte array. Parse map file. Map data. Let's call you data. You just require data like so. You're going to return pointer map. What is map config? Map config. That's address. So this is map config error. Kind of the same way the wrapper or the parent did. This be error. And then all of this code here will come live down there, and we will return parse map data, file data, like so. And then this just becomes data. This is now a new variable. Write config file. We don't have... Ooh, this has to come back up. Oh no. Updated. Well, that's going to make that a little bit trickier. I forgot about that. If we find null IDs, we parse them so that we make this a load, or we replace them so that we make sure we have a loadable file. We definitely want to be able to return errors from here. Okay, we could do a bool in here. It wouldn't be the end of the world. And then... we still have to return this and nil that. false. Error F. Error updating, or error parsing big file. We should also replace this. There's a new... Oh, you don't return a bool. Just those two. We should also, though, in this case... Do we have a logger? We don't have a logger. We should have a logger. But we don't have a parent object. All of these... Pretty sure it's %W. Instead of... yeah, %W verb to the error argument. Learned something new the other day by accident while I was working on some other stuff. Ooh, actually, hang on. I can't just do that. I need to make sure. So we'd have to say that you start here. We need regex on. You start like this, and then there are some characters, and then a %V. Like so. And make sure there's actually... Yeah, one or more characters, why don't you catch... Oh, it's a %+V? That's a... that expands the... That one needs to stay. So this is why we don't just blindly swap. Because that'll expand the UUID object it has so that we can look at the fields, or it'll label them. But the rest of these, I think we're okay. So this, we need to put these in a capture group, and I believe it is that. Nope. I want to try to remember. Also no. I can't remember. If I keep doing this, I'll eventually remember it. Not golang, goland. Find and replace text using regular expressions. Okay, there's the findy. Capture groups. It's a $. There we go. Should have known that. But practicing is how we remember how to use tools. All right, so that should replace all of those. This should all currently still pass. Let's make sure of that. Seems pretty good to me. This, though, we're going to switch up. I want to do it there. Yeah. Because we test the load map, that's fine. Parse map data, unknown fields. We're going to need to not do that. Well, parse map data. And then we'll need to say this. If error is not nil, this needs to be if it is nil. And we'll say it's just a fatal. Parsing with unknown fields should return an error. Did not. This goes away. We don't need to check that anymore. We need to have our data. Which, how do we want to do? I can't do that because that's a rune. Well, this might be valid. Just check this. That's valid in JSON. Oh, nope. Does not allow single quoted strings. So that's not valid JSON. Okay. Ugh. Gross. Gross, 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 gross. And I can't do single quotes around there because in single quotes, in Go, single quotes indicate a rune. This is not a rune. It's fine. It's fine. I just need like a couple. Whoa. How do I do a block of text in Go? I think it's backticks. That actually might solve our problem. Yes. That'll allow us to get rid of these. This needs to be, that's lowercase. That is the correct syntax. So we can do this. It'll be more readable if I do that. And it should be okay, I think. Size X, we'll just say is 10. Do the same here. You're an empty list for the sake of our test purposes. Connections in here. We can kind of duplicate some stuff. We need to fix this too here in a minute, but for now, I think we should be able to do this without breaking everything. Just so that it's actually friggin' readable, right? Because right now, I'm already struggling to read it just because it doesn't look like correct JSON. You go back there. There we go. So we got destination and like so. That should be a minimal thing. And I can't comment that because it's a exact string literal. Here's the word I'm looking for. We're going to say transit exit, not conform to the snake case pattern and should be unknown. We actually don't really care about these guys. We only care that we get an error back. Okay. Like so. Glad to see you're live. Your project was something in my mind when I started developing a roguelike game this week. Could you say that most mods are just roguelites with networking? No, because they don't usually have like permadeath and some of the other things that make them that would make them fall into that category. They are different. And the roguelike and light people will get very mad if you claim to be and you're not. Okay. And it does fit. Okay, so if we were to do this just to make sure that we're sane, should return error, but did not. Could we... We could double check and make sure that we return the correct we can do, I need to know what this error looks like. That's what I need to do. So it got me into the topic. A 30-minute rogue-like purist video really intrigued me on topic. Gotcha, yeah. Absolutely. Error, invalid character after... Ooh, see, we didn't have the right error. This is important. Character after object key value pair. Haven't spotted it yet. There's this double quote after key value pair somewhere. We can look at our commas in there, tiles. Thank you. UID, origin, right here. Missed a comma. Did the same thing right here. This is in the wrong spot. Absolute disaster. Shambles. Shambles, some would say. There we go. Unknown field. Transit, exit. Okay. We're going to make sure that we get the right error back out of it. So, expected error. Yeah, we'll go with that. Is this, that, and then we'll say, returned error. This needs to be, not a fatal, just a fail. So we actually get down here. No, it's a error, I think. I'm a rusty. And then you shouldn't be allowed to be nil here, but we'll just make sure. Make the compiler happy. Return error does not contain expected string content, let's just say. And we'll do a new line, expected a string, and then a got, and then a string. And then we'll do error, and then expected. Nope, that's backwards. Expected error, and then error. Like so. So, we should be back to passing here, in theory. But if we do this to intentionally make a fail, expected this, we got this, we can then go through and make sure that we can track down what caused the failure. Ba, 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 ba. Let's make sure we test everything. Everything happy. Add test to cover. Actually, this is pull out a function for the file parsing so we can test it. Disallow unknown fields in the file parsing. add test to cover unknown field presence. We'll see if I come to regret this or not, but probably not. I think I'd rather know that my config is invalid before I load it and then have to go find out that my error message or my exit messages are all broken words. Okay. Now, let's fix it. In here, transit exit all. Let's make sure we do the quotey quotes as well. All get replaced with transit exit. Okay. Now, this should load again. Starting game loop. Okay. Fix kebab cased variable or key in map file. Must be snake. All right. Our client is broken. We need to fix that. But right meow, I'm going to take a quick break, use the restroom. Good time for anybody else that feels such a need to do the same. What are you doing? I don't... Okay. I don't need that. But yeah, I will be right back, and then we'll merge this, and then we'll fix the client unable to register problem, because that's broke, and add some testing. But yeah, we're back. There you are. There we go. Here I am. All right. Have return. Get rid of that from you. We're done with this for just a second. So, this, we're done. We're ready to moige. Let's do that. Pull this out. That's fine. That's fine and dandy. Confirm that. Delete that. Back to the code page there. Oop, wrong character. Oh my gosh, really? I can't type today. At all. Get Paul at get branch. Delete. Fix this one. Okay. Fix client registration. User registration. It's actually not a client issue. It is why is tap complete not working? Maybe it's not a super brain fart. Gotta say origin. It's a server issue, right? Something in here we broke along the way when we made some other changes. Probably to... Let's just go ahead and close all these for now. We're done with that for now. Probably when we change the way events get handled by the character controller. If I had to guess. Client handler. Listen and forward events. Send message. Let's make a little more room to see things. New connection. Session. That's still a to-do. Set state, set response. Still a question for me, but that's client stuff we need to look at. That's later. Character notifications. This comes later on Marshall messages. Because this is when we actually attach. It's actually going to be up here. When we get our connection. Don't have an error reading. We have handle messages or handle message. Current state handle message. Right. Makes sense. We need the unauthenticated state. I remember this now. Login, registration, protocol registration. What was our error message again? Let's run this. Let's run this on the Linux. Create a new account. Foo. Oop. Register invalid command. And the error in the server. Invalid message type client create. Client submit. Ah, that's where we messed up. It's type, not category. So it is a registration. Create account. This is client create. Accept. Actually, hang on. this all client create? Is there any case where we would want to send actually this begs the question. What if this isn't a server issue? This would maybe be a client issue. Because this, I think... (10.6) of last year. We need to open our client here. This window. And it's going to be in, not the screens, message. Category, type, submit, create request. Let me close some of this stuff. That might be related. Character select. Register. Oop. Get there, not there. Register. Submit form. Password controller, email controller. We do the validation. On exception, we do that. Server con, create account. We do that. Username, password, email, client, create, submit. Close this. Start it again. I should double check this really quick. I got totally distracted looking for the thing and then just started fixing it. History for this file. 10.8. This was changed first. And then we came in and... well, this was actually... character creation. Is there any value in client create, I guess, is my real question. Foo. Register. Account created. I think I tagged, yep. Fat fingered that. There we go. Okay. Looking good there, but protocol client create is used. Like, I don't know that there's a whole lot of value in this guy. We use it in testing. We use it here in character creation. We use that to differentiate between selecting a character and creating a character. Yeah, that does make sense. So that gets to stay, is the answer to that. Which means that I think the best way to fix this issue is to leave this on client create. And then in the server here, unauthenticated state. Case of registration. As opposed to login. And I don't love it, but we're going to swap this to client create. Then we'll close you, we'll rerun you. I forgot to do that. I should just -d it for my own sanity, such that it remains. Create a new account, bar. Make sure I don't fat finger that. I think I might have still done it. Typing issues. Invalid command. Oh, I forgot to I restarted the client, not the server, after changing. Both. Account created. No characters. And we're in. We're looking around. We're happy. Okay. The other thing we're going to want to do, let's close this for now. Ba, 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 ba. I don't need... We're going to run anyway. You can bypass the cache by setting count. Okay, so we did have testing around this. Oh, that makes me question myself again. I should have looked at that. So did I just not test? I bet you I just didn't test registration after I implemented the client. Because if I roll this back, so we need to check really quick. Config manager test. Protocol, not client. No protocol testing here. Oh, duh. This is config manager, not client handler test. Protocol. No. This has been done. We're not using that anymore. Apparently we are. Unused variable. You're just getting set. going to be in the account. This is authenticated. This is the only place where you have testing at all. I don't have testing? No, I do. I absolutely do. Because when we change this, tests failed. I'm just going to make sure I'm not saying, yeah. This is test handle account log. Oh, you know what? This is in main. We didn't test the package. We just test it from the outside instead of just the inside. So we don't use that. So let's get rid of it. Which means we don't use that. We don't use anything in here, do we? Am I mad about that? We wanted to do something that we should really do is test these guys. But I'm not sure there's any value in that. When we have testing outside here, that more correctly consumes and mocks everything, right? Because like we set up a handler, we start a test server, we exercise all the machinery. Yeah, I think we're going to chuck this test file because it's just not doing anything. It's just a main that sets everything up. Okay, so delete this. Roll this back because we know that it broke other tests that we didn't change, making the least disruptive change here. And because this is only used for creating a count, because we build the function different, the messaging is different. We only need to change it there. We'll come in here to our test db, not admin, mud, characters. We'll delete our barman, and to our counts, we'll delete bar, like so, so that we can double check ourselves. We'll rerun the server. We'll rerun the client. Would you, oh, did you? No, you're right here. Dude, you just took a second. Okay, create a new account. Bar at foo.com. Bar's password is password. Don't tell anybody. Okay, account created. We log you in. You have no characters. You create barman. And we're in. And we're out. Okay. So that's what we're going to go with. Despite the fact that the change order is a little wonky. I bet you know why that file was changed later. It's because we refactored to break everything into state machines. That's why. So the file change happened, but I bet you that protocol variable hasn't changed since I wrote it. That's what I bet. So I bamboozled myself a little bit there, but we got there in the end because we had tests, right? Tests pay off. We're going to commit this already added thing. Remove the unused test main. Client handler is exercised via tests in main currently. And maybe we should come back and write some, but we'll see. If it becomes an issue, we can. I was gonna, if we hadn't had those tests fail, I was gonna go looking for tests to write, but already done it. I'm in the wrong place. I shouldn't be in here. I should be in here. We're going to say, send client, create. Already forgotten which one is which now. Submit. Protocol instead of create for account creation. This is what the server expects. Is it a little bit confusing? Kinda, sorta. But right meow, it works well enough, so we're gonna leave it. Okay. Bug fix. And I probably should have made myself a bug for that, but it's fine. I'm the only one working on this project. So I'm going to be a little bit lazy. These aren't actually issues that I'm creating. They're just project cards. So call it good. Merged, deletified. Wait, there was another thing. This is already fixed too. Doing bad at updating our project. That's okay. Delete this. Let's do update server dependencies. Brain fart. Push that up. Let's go into our server. Take a little look at our Go mod. Because Cogent has come out of here. And I should be able to actually... Mod is at the root of the... Because it used to encompass other things. We might want to move that. That'll clean up a ton of stuff. Love that. We're on Go 26 now. Fix that. Update the dependencies. I don't know what you're complaining about, but you've been doing that all day and I'm tired of it. It's a problem for somebody else. JetBrains, please fix. Okay. We have updated. We have tidied. Code for syntax updates. Once project analysis is finished, you're not done yet? Get on it. Okay, so we've seemed to have lost another indirect dependency. That's cool. Feeling good about that. Still have compare in here. UUID. We have X time in here. Wait, what did it say? Nothing found in project files? Tempted. Well, we got shared out here still. We're going to do some project tidy up here. We'll make sure that, actually, hang on. No caching, please. We'll make sure that everything is still passing. Okay. And that it still launches. Looking okay there. Usually not too many problems upgrading Go. Update dependencies. I'm gonna move you back to internal. My IDE will freeze. There we go. And we're going to take a look at this. Checks. Refactor. Move. Engine. Server. Internal. Get you up in there. Checks in there. Config manager. Also into internal now. Coordinates is still going to be relevant. Also into internal. Game events. See, you were supposed to fix these for me. Oh, it's because y'all are internal. Okay. Events are still going to be relevant to us. I think we can still get away with putting you inside internal. Logging. Message broker. Are you actually used now? We're gonna, yeah, hang on. I'm just gonna do this because everything's gonna be broken until everything lives in internal or protocol. It might also be broken. I don't know if sync flag is still used. Okay, and then shared can get deleted. There's nothing in there anymore. Sync flag. Nobody uses you anymore. You were there for the front end, for the editor. And Cogent has gone away, so that can get trashed. Protocol, still very much relevant. We don't use that anymore. That's fine. Use new message anymore? We're gonna leave it in there for now. Might still need it. Message broker, that's who I wanted to look at. Nobody uses message broker anymore. You were for the client and the editor to deal with stuff, but I'm not going to rule out needing you in the future. This is just logging now. Like so. We might need this still someday. And I was much happier with this implementation. We might need something within the server to have a message bus still. And in fact, we kind of do in the event system already. It's just not as involved, just because it's a one-way. I'm going to leave it. We might need that code still. Logging, still need logging. You've got that, that's fine. Game map, yes. Game manager, yes. Game events. That. These should be used. I think my refactoring didn't completely refactoring. In fact, I suspect that it won't even run anymore, right, Meow? Yeah. So in here, it looks like it got confused along the way. Okay. We can sort those while we're here, that's fine. What else do we have? Character database. Get that in there. Character itself. All kinds of messed up. Ah, yeah, see, sync flag, crap. Restore stage. Sync flag. I need you to reload from disk. Oh, I have to now also Now you're back. Now you're here. I'm going to do this even though you probably aren't going to work and fix anything because you're going to be very confused. I'm going to try it anyway. And then shared can go back in the trash. And now sync flag will work there. What are you? Did not it's because you are broken. That you can get sorted. That's fine. This shouldn't be config manager 2. Unused import. You've gone and broken things. Oops. Not terribly helpful on the refactor there, GoLand. Okay, that fixes that part. This isn't used here anymore. We let the parent worry about it. And then location, room data, server internal, game events, like so. Perfect. What else is broke? Need a new run. Internal logging. Logging not happy because this. Now logging happy. Coordinates are broken. Hello? There we go. That seems to be working, meow. This seems to be okay. Direction.go is broken. Import that. Command parser has trubs. Oops, wrong button. You now live in internal with everybody else and map and game manager. And then we should be done, hopefully. Map. All of you. Get updated. What else we missing here? We're missing You. Like so. Fixes you. Do you still have issues? You still got something. Spot check. That's a DC. Which probably means that exit room connections are broken. No. Connection? Connection is broken. Fix that. Game events, game manager, formatters. Internal formatters. Internal logging, internal formatters. Internal logging. Logging, internal formatters. You're upset about everything. There we go. Game manager, and game events. Game events, probably an internal. Nope, just. Just game events. Like so. Then game manager. Very unhappy. Put everything in there. You were complaining about not being sorted a second ago. Are you gonna complain the second I turn my back? Probably. Logging still has issues. Internal. Raiders. I wish I wish it would check them all for me and just give me underliney squiggles. Doesn't seem to be in the cards though. Okay, so that should be all of you fixed, right? Internal GM database, game manager, internal GM database. Logging in there. And then my client handler states are unhappy. Probably for logging as well. No, protocol. And we'll just leave it. Else is broken down here. Log is broken on the parent client handler itself. Okay. Oh. There we go. Sort them since you so desperately desire to. Are you broken? Yes. Yes, you are. Hopefully this will pay off and be cleaner. It's more work than I was expecting, really, because I thought JetBrains would help me out a little bit more. Okay. Anything else? WebSocket server. WebSocket server. It's gonna have logging issues. Yep. Bump, 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 bump. Shared logging. Oh, main. Let's close down some things here. Main. Okay. That. Good. Let's, okay, make sure that we can log in and move and all that kind of good stuff really quick. It should be okay, but, you know. Seems okay to me. Let's run the test really quick. Yep. Main test, unhappy. Like so. Character test. I'm just going to go up the list here. Sure, sort them. Oops. Server, internal. There we go. Can I resolve internal? How about you spell it correctly? Better chances of it actually working. App test. Okay. Cooldowns is good. Thank goodness. Game manager. Needs to be fixed up. Yep. Coordinates test is happy, thank goodness. Direction test is happy, thank goodness. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. And you're good. Love that. And pasa. You're not good. Do not love. Sir Burr. Internal. Okay. Fix. Sort them. Sure. Do as you wish. Elixir test. It's fine. Client handler. It's fine. Checks is fine. Character manager test, not fine. Internal, no, server internal. Fixes that. Fig manager, I'm not sure why. That has gone. All sorts of funky on me. Server internal config manager, unused import. But we tried to use you right here. Why would you do such a thing to me? Do I... Attribute. It's because... this is all lowercase. There we go. This is a package name now. Okay, character manager test. Character test. All of them going. Status is okay. You don't even have a test, you're just a very simple roller. Thus your name, Simple Roller. You're not happy. There we go. Okay, hopefully that should be the last of it. Nope, I missed something. Server internal logging internal formatters. All right, fine. Logging internal parameters. Okay, go ahead and sort them. I know you love it. You love it so. Okay. And writers was already fixed. Nope, writers was not already fixed. I think we fixed the writers file, not the test itself. Okay, now go forth and test. Wonderful. Pull shared packages inside of server internal. No longer share code with a client or editor. Later, if I need to break things out, I can. And now... see here. Yeah, now this is used. It's used in main when we create it and in some tests. No, this is the one we're going to leave anyway in case we need it. We're going to look at sync flag. We know that we use now. Found that out the hard way, didn't we? You're used over here in character. What was the thing? Protocol is used for sure. There was something that's pretty dubious as to whether or not we use it anymore. And I don't remember. I think we're just gonna leave it. It's fine. We're gonna leave it as it be for meow. But we're also going to put these, the mod and the sum, inside server, because we don't have to worry about. Oh, that's gonna break everything. Crap. I need to do that here. Put them back, please. And then delete the duplicate ones here. Okay. Because they don't have to have multiple packages anymore, so we don't need this out here at the root of the folder, because it is a monorepo. We want to keep this as sane as possible. Packages main here. Packages, or the modules, Mongoose Engine here. I don't think that rebuilding it is a terrible plan. We'll let it do that. Where's this compress thing coming from? And then these should be able to be deleted. That doesn't fix that, though. I want you to be 26. Where's the, yeah, why? The why? Oh, because you're Mongo. Okay, I see. There's vulnerabilities in those. If we update, it should be backwards compatible. Update all the dependencies to the latest. Now it's going to be upset at me because this is no longer good. I'm going to leave these out. Oops, there we go. I'm just going to leave these outside of this folder. I don't want to go in and mess with every single import. We may have a use for modules outside of here in the future anyway. We're gonna leave it. I am going to make sure that this is up to date, though, really quick, since we messed with all of that. And it seems to be okay. Okay. Let's take a look here and see if there's anything that it will tell us has changed. There has been some changes. Pointer creation with new. Directly from expression new using new, which is a new thing. Unnecessary temporary variables. So this would look like boop, replace. Okay, I like that. And it's all in test. So can I do you? Oh, I can apply fixes here. This is also in test. Fix them. Just do it. Same there. Type safe, error unwrapping. Okay, yes, I was excited about this. So this, they have made this syntax so much nicer. Errors as type. I don't need that though, actually. This should be able to be do that now without this. This now is a thing, isn't it? Yes. They've tightened that up a ton. If I'm not mistaken. Let's run that. Seems all right. Okay. And I want to double, triple check here. Golang error is errors.is. Okay, so now we don't need it's just much nicer to consume now. They're showing see here. Is examines the tree of its first argument looking for an error that matches the second. Should be used in preference to simple equality checks. Former will succeed if it wraps it. As type. Preferable to error type assertion. Thought there was something that I read. Because I've always hated the way this thing works. Release notes. New garbage collector is faster. That's nice. Oh, let's see. Oh. I'll stand up and stretch out here in a minute. It's not what I want. No mention in here, but I know that they wrote an article about it. Of course, searching the internet is now terrible. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Roll that back. And we're going to accept this suggestion here. I think there was a nicer way, but we're just going to go with that. We'll take the suggestion. I suppose they link me to docs here, do they? No, not really. But then again, right down here, I'm confused. WebSocket close here. Why are you not? Oh, because of this. Because this is declared as like a static error almost. This is a type. It's a struct. Alright. Well, we're going to go with that. It's a little tidier. Or we're just not going to worry about it too much. Okay. Apply go 1.26 loop suggested syntax updates. Like so. Okay. We're done with this one. We're going to do the client really quick as well. What about wrapping this type in new? You mean in right here? Like, oh gosh, what was it? I already forgot what it was. This. Errors is error new, like that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I think it would be equivalent. But I also think it has to create a new thing as opposed to doing a type check. So I'm going to go with that. These guys, because these are already declared, theoretically it's better. In theory. But I'm just going to go with that and use the new shiny. It's a good thought, though. Okay, yes. I was going to go merge. Create link to object, yeah. Date server dependencies. You get merged. Conform. Violated. Let's get rid of this. We're done with that for now. Okay. Paul. Update. Delete you. Cool. Okie dokie. While we're doing our chores here, update client dependencies. Client is going to need some love, but we're going to not worry about that right now. We're just going to Flutter pub upgrade. Transitives are only things that are outdated, I believe. That's all I need to do for this fella here. I'm in the wrong IDE for this. The Dart plugin will work better over here. Just make sure git upgrade showing us the same things. There shouldn't be anything in here that is unhappy. That's the transitive one, yeah. Everything we just ran, same output. So, I should have some tests over here. We'll just make sure we run them. Perfect. It's a little bit less painful than I was fearing. Probably shouldn't have even bothered with a wrench, but that's fine. We made one, so we'll just do it. Merge, merge, delete. We're just going to power through. All right. What's next? Let's do this one. It'll be faster and easier while we're kind of just knocking out little chores. Yeah, that just needs to be okay. Yeah. This will be the smaller, easier thing. So we're going to call you update map file key, tiles key. So in you. Oh, also need to open, it shouldn't affect the client. Editor though. Editor will be changified. Oh, you've got stuff that, yeah. We'll run that in a minute too. If I don't forget, leave you up there. Okay. This is GoLand. We need to go look in our, close that. Soiva. Tiles. We're going to rename you rooms. Do I want to do this? At some point, it annoyed me enough to make a bug about it, that it was confusing me. I don't want to do this. Because I'm just thinking about displaying stuff later. A tile doesn't necessarily have to be a room. Like, we think of it as a room. I think I was getting confused in the editor. But obviously we've powered through that. I don't want to change this. Just in case I break something in the server, or like not break something, but make it more confusing in the server. We're going to leave it as tiles. We're going to delete this. Delete from project. Done. Get out of here. We're going to get rid of this. And I'll just delete it. Over here as well. Branches. App file tiles key. Delete. There we go. Deleted on the server. Oh, let's see. What's going on here? Let's see if this is anything important. Real quick. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Did I? Ooh, I might have. 1 second. I did forget to launch Discord. Nothing happening, just my auto notifiers though. Stay on top of making sure nothing crazy's happened over there. We have a Discord server. If that's something you're interested in, should be in the information. Okay, you can go away. And you need to not be right now. Okay. We're going to do something else because we kicked that to the curb. We are going to do let's see. DCs are a child object. See connection templates and editor. Yeah. So right meow. Where have you? DC, and this is going to be down on. It's not going to be on all of them. Spots, yeah. So right now they're just dumped into the main middle part here. We want them to be a discrete object. That's going to make them a lot easier to work with. Because we have I guess we don't have any uses in here, but we have cases where there's a use skill and a use DC as well. And that's just not right. It should be an object with an ID and an int in it. So we need to change this in here as well as in the server. And I'm thinking that let's do the editor first. So when we go and get a connection template, the model test and the controller. Oh, this is controller test. Right. I'm in Dartland again. Gotta remember that. Skills and attributes. It's gonna be in here. It's gonna be in map. It's also going to be in connection templates, map model, connection data. That's what we want. Oops. Connection model. Okay. So we need to do it in here. Connection template model. Connection model test. I've already got this. So let's change maps, editor test map. We can mangle you first. We can still be spot DC, but you're going to now be an object. Skill ID of this. And then a DC of 5, because that's what it was before. Use DC, similar. Skill ID, this guy. DC, that guy. Now, when we do the unmarshal here, you have no DCs in you. Seems a bit of an oversight. Like so. I can just define that way though. We can use. We just switch back to Flutter mode here. Use the single quotes that they so desire. We can use the same ID to make sure that we have a valid one. And not user, just use DC. Do the same here. Skill ID. Like so. DC was 10. We can just use that. That's fine. We need a comma there. Perfect. We expect result use DC to equal and do DC's implement equality. They don't. But I don't think I care in the editor. I don't think they need to have it implemented. We could. I just hate implementing things for the sake of test code. So you're not null and your skill ID is equal to. But then I gotta go up here. We can also do instead test spot skill ID could be a string, which gets used right there immediately, and use skill ID like so. Like so. That. Use skill DC is 10. Skill DC. Skill DC, and then we can just directly check. Expect this to be test spot skill ID use DC, not null, DC. This I did use first in this one. I should flip that around. This is use skill DC. This is use skill ID. Spot DC, not null. Skill ID, test, spot skill ID, expect, result, spot DC, not null, skill, not skill ID, DC, to equal test spot skill DC, like so. Okay. On our templates, I think we already use. Let's just do one thing at a time. Okay, so write meow. This is gonna fail. No. It'll fail to parse. Null check operator use that a null value. I should probably is not null. That way, we get better output from the test in cases of failure. Oh, this wrong. There we go. Expected not null. Reason spot DC is null. Unmarshaled null should be present. Let's do that. Same deal here for use DC unmarshaled to null should be present. I forgot to do that. And I put this one in the wrong spot. Because I have squirrel brain today. Okay. That good. This bad. This needs to be connection model U. Spot DC. This, if that's not null, then I think it's just that. Then we do difficulty check from JSON spot DC like that. Otherwise, no. We do the same thing here. It's not null. From JSON, place this. This should be use DC though, not use skill. Use DC. That should clean that up. This should now pass. Doesn't though. Oh, because, right. We compared them incorrectly. This should be UID value from string. And the same should be true of this one. Perfect. Okay. We also want to decide how to handle a malformed one. And I think the answer we've just been returning null for the IDs thus far. I guess we can go with that. And this, yeah, it's just going to null it. And actually, I think we're okay here because we test this on Marshall. Well, no, that's not true. We need to have no DCUUID. We need to have empty DCUUID. That way, if we change the behavior in the future, this acts as a canary. Malformed DCUUID. So, this guy here, we can get rid of one of these. We only need the one, really. We can get rid of these. Well, no. We can get rid of one of these. This one has a null here. We'll just, it's just empty. Do that. We expect you to be null. The same is true here. Get rid of one of those. One too many characters there. Get rid of that. This just becomes an empty string, which means we can get rid of that. We won't be using it. We can get rid of this one and just say we expect this to be null. And later we may change this to be a little bit more friendly, but we'll see if it becomes a problem or not. And then a malformed one. So we can delete this, but this, we need to just make a wrong ID. This can go away. This will become null again. Same as the other tests like it. And this should all just work. This should all be set up correctly. It's not, though. Null is not a subtype of type string in typecast. Contains spotted a thing. So we just need to null check this. The same way we did in the other thing. Guess it's a good thing we tested. Okay. That should be all. We need to get this working, I think. And this is going to be 3.1 to 2.1 that actually has... Oh, you're not on main. That's my problem. Uh-oh. Unexpected character at line 4604. 4604. Oh. No? That closes that. That. Extra commas. I was in Go mode, not Java JSON mode. Test map. So we decided it was 3-1 to 2-1. So U should be west to 2-1. And you still have your DCs in there. Perfect. If we were to change that and hit save, it would overwrite that though. So let's save that back in because we do need to fix that. That is the marshalling part of connection model. And test marshal. We should get the test to fail first here. Oh, we don't have DCs in you. That's part of our problem. Okay. Use DC. Nope. Difficulty check. Use DC equals. Difficulty check. Skill ID. We can use the real one. That's fine with me. Are you? You're not. You're a UID value from string because we don't really make you manually in normal operation. Your DC can be 5. That's fine. Not offended by that. And we've actually flippy flopped that again because I just do for some reason. So that can stay used. This one is spot, but we're gonna replace these guys. It doesn't really matter. I just want them to be different to make sure we don't get junk. Expect result. Ooh. Yeah. Spot DC. Skill ID to be equal to spot DC. Why can't I access? Oh, because I'm still inside of my brace. And then the same is true here. Spot DC, single quotes, Mr. Mongoose. We are in Dart. I need to go fix that up here too. Colts to do the dot thing. The DC should be equal to spot DC. DC. Okay. Same exact block here, but replacing spot with use. Like so. Okay, this one should fail because we haven't changed our marshalling yet. And it should fail. Method was called on null, so we need to kind of do the same thing. We need to expect. Oh my gosh. Expect result contains key spot DC to be true. and then if result contains the key spot DC, we check it, and then we do the same operation here, but once again for won't help me. Use DC. Get a nice usable expected true. Yeah, it's better, but it's not usable. We need to say reason partial data does not contain spot DC key. Do the same. Like so. Give us a good partial data does not contain spot DC key. Perfect. Meow. Let's go ahead and make that a thing. Here's our from JSON. Can't really fold you because that's broken. But to JSON right here, that needs to get fixed. This right here. If spot DC is not null, spot scale, except for I can't do that. I need to do this. Spot scale is spot DC. This isn't skill. This is spot DC now. Spot DC dot to JSON. No? Oh. That. If use DC is not null, use DC is use DC can't be null, just checked you to JSON like so. Meow, these should all pass. But they don't. Spot DC. Why do you not contain the key? That's interesting. Debug time. Ah, I'm dumb. I just realized it. Just spotted it. I didn't give it to him. I didn't use it. Spot DC, use DC, use DC. Let's try that again, shall we? Okay. And then, oh, yeah. We need to compare two strings because that's what gets that's UUID value. That's not going to work because it's not a string. Oh, there it is. Yeah, for some reason I thought. Oh, it was that. That's where I'm dumb. Again. Scroll brain, strike, again. Okay. Expected this still. Oh, no, I'm just, geez. Pay attention, man. What are you even doing? There we go. Okie dokie. That'll take care of the saving being borked. So if we run you and we get you to come up. Oh. That. Toggled off. Need to test again. We run main again. Oh. Editor test map, and it was our 3-1 to 2-1 that we were looking at before. Best to 2-1. We still that we have unmarshaled, and we have our things. If we change them and save the changes, we should see them in here unmangled, and we do. We'll go ahead and put them back just because we can. See them here. Perfect. Okay. So let's go to this one. So we've changed difficulty check model, yes. Connection model, yes. Connection model test, yes. Test map JSON, yes. Change editor test map. Present the new config. Update unmarshal and marshal functions and tests to validate new structure is used. That can go up. And we expanded those testings. That's great. I believe that my templates already use. I want to look at the code itself, not the test first. Template bar, connection template, model. Difficulty check from JSON. Cool. We're done with you. Thank you. You were helpful. So this needs to now be spot DC true. Still. Spot DC is an object with skill ID of that and DC of that. See, yeah, we got a spot here too. Spot DC object skill ID this DC that. Wrong character there. Did it both times. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Okay. And then, yeah, no trailing. Trailing comma. I don't know why I don't have a use DC in my test data here. But we're going to add one really quick. Like so. Just so that we know it doesn't puke up anything on that. Oh, you know what? Crap. I don't know that we are ready to handle that yet. I'm going to take it out just because it's additional, it's new. I remember wiring up some of the stuff to make it automatically roll when we have a DC that we encounter. But we need to build like a gym map essentially first, like a test map. That's what Otter calls it. He calls it a gym, and I like that term. So we'll update that, and then in our parsing code, we will adjust that a little bit. We're done with the editor for now. We're done with that for now too. Internal game map. No. Config manager. Let's close this stuff that we don't need to have open right now. That can live here for now. So map and map test. When we do this, this model needs to change. But I'm coming up on, we got like 5 minutes. Yeah, we can start. We should also have, do we not have a difficulty check? Tile has connections. Connections have transit tables. They have a DC to C, which is a check skill DC. Okay, perfect. So skill DC needs to have that and that set, so that when we unmarshal these, so this will be spot DC still, but instead of this, it's going to be checks skill DC, and the JSON is still spot DC. That's all fine. Also, omit empty and omit 0. No, omit empty. Yeah. Skill DC though. This needs omit empty. This needs omit 0. That's still omit empty though. Use DC. Same deal, except called use DC, omit empty. I think that's all right. Now you we'll have to fix this up. Spot DC checks skill DC, skill ID, and DC. You were just set to 1. We'll set it back to that. But this actually needs to be UUID We've just been creating new UIDs for this test. So we're going to stick to that pattern. No? Oh, because this can't be null. It's not allowed. So just UUID new. We'll be fine. We'll do the same for use DC, skill DC, skill ID, new ID, and then a DC of 1, I guess, just to not be null, probably. Probably why I did that. You should be that. And fat finger that again. And because these are all ones, just, I think, again, because I didn't want to have a null in there, if I remember correctly, we'll just do that. Okay. Now, you also need this treatment so that you have data in you. And you are a skill DC. You're now called spot DC. Skill ID is test spot ID. DC is test spot DC. What are we not happy with here? Oh, yeah, duh. Test spot DC. And then use DC is a skill DC. Skill ID is use. No, it's a test use ID DC. Test use ID. Nope. Use DC. You then go away. You go away. Spell that correctly. Does that get us into working? Oh, no, we have to do this. Spot skill is empty. Or it's not empty, rather. Then I need this to be in my new connection. New connection. Spot DC needs to be a skill DC. We create a new ID for you. And then your DC is the DC you gave me in the argument there. We do the exact same thing. Use DC. Wait, this is not. It's that. Oh, hang on. I already parsed you out of there. This is just that. There we go. This is a skill DC as well. Skill ID is what we just parsed, the UUID. DC is the use DC provided. Okay. Now, Is the test passing? Yes. Is all of the tests passing? No. Because the map needs to have some changes, but that's another story. Connection conf, spot skill undefined. Config manager connection has no field or method spot skill. That was in map, right? Map.go. Spot DC, use DC. Where the hell did I... App.go 126. 21. 126. You. Internal game app go. Oh. You. Exit transit DC to C. This is in my right to file. Because I call you a different thing. Should I? Maybe. This is my exit transit. Oops. Transit DC to C. Skill ID. Wait. You're already a DC. I don't need to do any of that. I can just directly assign you, except I need to dereference you. Same deal here. Use DC. DC to use. That becomes nicer. Down here, let's see, what are we doing? We are building the tile grid. Spot DC. Ooh. If I want to nil check these, I do need to make them pointers, which I'm not, like, offended by. I can do that. Not a huge deal. Just got to go fix up these, and I kind of would like to nil check them, I think. That'll make this easier to deal with. This will be the same. Except for this is now use DC. Then we say use DC is equal to Actually, this we can just directly assign. And if you're null, then you're null. Figure it out. If you're not, then you're in. Spot DC. Do love deleting some code. Less code is better code. Okay. So up here then, this actually just becomes that. And if that's the case, then we can actually just say spot DC equals exit transit.dc to C. And yet more code goes away. Same deal here. Connection conf use DC is equal to exit transit DC to use. Beautiful. Love that. You also need to be paters. Like so. All right. What else is broken? Anything? Probably things. What's my writer theme? Just the default. Okay, all the tests pass. Let's see. I don't use this to write to file at all anymore. I'm going to leave the code in there. It's fine. We used to share code. Now we don't. Forgot to do my little device. That's fine. Theoretically, I should now be able to... Hello? Oh, you're still building. If I go... Let's see, this was at 1.1 to 1.2, and I look. It shouldn't fall over. So I need to go to the right 1 and down 1. So east, south. And I don't see anything to the south. But if I'm not mistaken, well, I would have to load the file, which I can do. That's not... This is kind of how we got to needing an editor. Actually, we kind of got to here and I went, oh, it's hard for me to tell if this should be right or not. We don't have hot reloading in, but we can at least look and have a see. Okay, so map editor, we open map, and 1.1 to 1.2, south. It does have a south. And there is a spot DC required, but we just don't have... I didn't input anything for that. I haven't built that ability yet. Okay. but it's not there. So it is loaded correctly. It hasn't fallen over and died. I don't have errors in here. I've got debug crap all over the place. Spot check, use check, direction north, direction east, direction southwest, use check, west. See, north, northeast, east. This is what the character is getting. Yeah, there's no south being displayed here. Yeah. Okay. We'll exit you. I'm pretty sure I remember getting to this point and going, this is hard to reason about. Okay, so we're going to close that. We're going to go ahead, shut down the server. We're done in here for now. We're done in here for now. We've changed those things. We're going to make very, very sure that I make this run without anything cached, just to be sure. Everything passing. So we changed map. Yeah, the JSON, yes. We changed checks, config manager map, config manager test, map test, and game map map. That looks good to me. Change server map config to use the new structure. Fix tests that broke. Actually, change config manager and map to use the VC object. Fix the tests that broke as a result of those changes. We'll push that up. There we go. All right. We've made great progress today. Love that. I'm going to merge this now. There's a possibility that there's still something wrong, but as we get further along, we'll find it and fix it that way. Let's go ahead, and if we just reload, it'll give us a little cheat button here. Am I in main? Oh my gosh, I was working in main. I didn't make a branch. Slap me on the wrist. Not branches, just branch. I have squirrel brain today. Okay. I did it bad, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world. We fixed a thing. So, I'm going to call it there for today. I'm going to go make some lunch because I'm starving, and that's not helping my general scatterbrainness for today. But I do this thing for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today and ending on Monday. So, if you enjoy this kind of nonsense, come on back and see me. I would love to see you again. I appreciate those of you who came to hang out with me today. It's good to see those of you who are returning viewers. It's good to meet those of you who are new viewers. And I'll be here tomorrow at about 10 a.m. Central Time doing the same thing. Love to have you back again. If not, you guys have a great weekend anyway. I'll catch you some other time down the road.